Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. The world is reduced to this small, safe space, this moving room. You are settled deep within your sleeper berth, cocooned in soft blankets, your head resting on a cool, smooth pillow. There is a gentle weight to the covers, a comforting presence that holds you here, secure and still. The only movement is the gentle, rhythmic sway of the train car, a side-to-side rocking that has no beginning and no end. It is a constant, soothing motion, like being cradled. The train is carrying you through the deep, quiet night, and there is nothing for you to do but rest, to feel the gentle motion, and to let yourself be carried. Your body sinks a little deeper into the soft mattress, finding the shape that is most comfortable, most at ease. Every point of contact is one of softness and support. The mattress beneath you, the pillow beneath your head, the blankets resting over you. The air in the cabin is still and calm. You can feel the gentle rise and fall of your own chest, a quiet rhythm that moves in harmony with the larger rhythms of the train. A slow, easy breath in, a long, soft breath out. The motion of the train seems to support this rhythm, a gentle rock to one side, a gentle rock back to the other. There is no effort, only a feeling of release, of letting go into the movement. The sound of the journey is a constant, soft hum. It is a deep and resonant sound, the sound of the wheels on the rails, a sound that travels up through the body of the train and into your small, quiet cabin. It is not a loud sound, but a pervasive one, filling the background with a steady, reassuring presence. It is the music of the night train, a lullaby of steel and distance. Beneath the hum there is a softer, rhythmic click and clack, a gentle percussion that marks the passing of the tracks. The sound is so steady, so predictable, that it soon becomes a part of the silence itself, a texture of the quiet that surrounds you. It is a sound that means all is well, that the journey is unfolding just as it should. A thin line of pale golden light glows from beneath your cabin door. It is the dim, sleeping light of the corridor, a silent reminder of the long, quiet hallway that runs the length of the car. It is a soft and gentle light, not bright enough to disturb, only to define the edge of the darkness. It does not change, it does not flicker. It is simply there, a steady, quiet beacon in the peaceful dark of your berth. It speaks of a world that is asleep, of a train moving through the night, where all is calm and all is in its place. The world outside your door is just as peaceful as the world within it. Your gaze drifts towards the large window. Outside, the world is a canvas of deep, soft black. The darkness is not empty, but full of texture and shadow. You are moving through a landscape you cannot see, a world of sleeping fields and quiet forests, all resting under the vast, dark sky. Now and then a single distant light might appear, a farmhouse window far across a field, and then it is gone, swallowed again by the immense, gentle darkness. The train moves on, a steady ship sailing through a sea of night. The glass of the window is cool and it reflects a faint ghost image of your cabin, a dim outline of the blankets and the soft shadows within. The world inside and the world outside seem to merge in the reflection, a dreamlike overlay of a quiet room and a passing landscape. The gentle sway continues, a constant, patient rhythm. Your body knows this rhythm now, has accepted it completely. It is the feeling of being held and rocked, a motion that soothes the mind and softens the muscles. With every gentle rock, you feel yourself letting go a little more, sinking a little deeper into rest. The forward motion of the train is a subtle underlying current. You can feel it not as a rush, but as a slow, inevitable pull, a sense of being drawn onward through the night. You are on a journey, but it is a journey that requires no effort from you. You are simply a passenger, at rest, being carried safely towards a morning that is still many hours away. The hum of the rails seems to sink deeper, becoming a vibration you can feel in the floor, in the frame of the bed, a gentle tremor that resonates deep within. It is a physical sensation as much as a sound, a tangible reminder of the powerful, steady journey you are on. This vibration is a part of the train's lullaby, a deep bass note that is profoundly calming. It is the heartbeat of the train, steady and strong. It is a sound that you can feel in your bones, a rhythm that seems to align with your own resting pulse. The click-clack of the wheels on the track continues its gentle, repeating pattern, a sound so familiar, it feels like it has always been there. Looking out the window again, the darkness slides by. The shapes of trees are soft, rounded silhouettes against a slightly less dark sky. Perhaps the moon is out, hidden behind a layer of high, thin clouds, casting a diffuse, gentle light over the world. There is no detail, only form and shadow, a landscape painted in shades of grey and black. It is peaceful and remote. And then, in the distance, a cluster of lights begins to grow, a distant station or a small town sleeping by the tracks. The lights are soft and golden, not harsh or bright. They glide closer, becoming a string of lights on a long, empty platform. You see the name of the station on a sign, but the letters are blurry, unimportant. The train does not slow. It glides past the sleeping station, a silent observer. The lights slide by the window, one by one, and then recede, shrinking back into a single point of light before disappearing completely into the darkness behind you. The train moves on, leaving the quiet station behind, plunging back into the deep rural night. The hum of the rails is unchanged. The gentle sway is constant. The moment of passing the lights was just a brief, dreamlike interlude in the endless, peaceful dark. There is only the journey, the continuous, flowing movement through the night. You are back in your cocoon, the world outside once again a soft, dark mystery. The feeling of being enclosed and safe is profound. This small room is your entire world, and it is a world of comfort, of quiet, and of gentle, perpetual motion. You feel the air as you breathe, the cool intake and the warm release. The rhythm of your breath is your own, yet it feels connected to the rhythm of the train. The gentle rise of your chest, the soft fall, the train sways, and you breathe. The wheels turn, and you breathe. All the movements and sounds are part of one large, harmonious system, a system designed for rest. There is no need to think, no need to plan. The train is doing all the work, navigating the darkness, following the path of the rails. Your only task is to be here, to rest in this moving sanctuary, to drift on the currents of sound and motion. The weight of the blankets feels a little heavier now, a little more grounding. The pillow seems to perfectly cradle your head. Every muscle in your body is invited to release, to soften, to let go of any remaining tension. The gentle, rocking motion of the train helps to smooth it all away. It is a motion that travels up your spine, that encourages your shoulders to drop, that allows your limbs to feel heavy and deeply relaxed. You are held by the bed, rocked by the train, and carried by the night. It is a trinity of perfect passive rest. The soft hum of the journey continues, a constant, unchanging friend. It is the sound of travel, the sound of distance being covered while you are perfectly still. It is a sound that fills the space, leaving no room for any other thought. It is a sound to anchor to, a wave of low, gentle frequency to ride upon. You can let your mind drift with this sound, letting it be carried along just as your body is being carried by the train. The rhythmic clicking of the tracks is a gentle, hypnotic beat, a mantra of the rails that repeats and repeats, lulling you deeper and deeper into a state of peace. The darkness outside the window is a comfort. It is a soft blanket thrown over the entire world, quieting everything. It asks nothing of you. It is simply there, a vast and peaceful presence. The occasional fleeting light in the distance only serves to emphasize the depth and completeness of the night. The train is a small, warm world of its own, moving through the much larger, sleeping world outside. Your reflection in the glass is faint, a part of the passing shadows. You are a passenger of the night, a quiet observer, drifting through a dreamscape of darkness and dim light. The corridor light is still there, a thin, unwavering line of gold under the door. It is a small, constant anchor in the darkness of the cabin. It is a reminder that you are not alone, but part of a larger, quiet community of sleepers, each in their own berth, each being rocked and carried through the same night. The entire train is a vessel of rest, a shared space of quiet and calm, moving as one. There is a sense of shared peace in that thought, of being part of a silent, sleeping procession. The gentle sway, the side-to-side rock, is the most fundamental sensation. It is the motion of the journey, the physical expression of your progress through the night. It is a dance that the train performs with the tracks, a slow and graceful waltz. Your body follows this dance without effort, swaying gently with the movement of your berth. It is a motion that is easy to surrender to, a current that is pulling you gently out into a sea of sleep. You can feel it in your whole body, a unifying rhythm that connects you to the train and to the journey itself. The sound and the motion are becoming one. The deep hum of the rails is the source of the vibration, and the vibration is a part of the sway. It all blends together into a single sensory experience, a low, resonant, rocking hum, a deep, vibrating, gentle sway. The words are not enough to capture the feeling of being completely enveloped in this moving piece. It is a state of being, a state of deep, effortless transit. You are not just on the train. You are part of the train, part of its rhythm, part of its song. The world outside continues to be a soft tapestry of shadow and night. The details are gone, smoothed away by speed and darkness. There are only impressions now. The impression of passing trees, a dark vertical blur. The impression of an open field, a wide expanse of deeper black. The impression of a distant hill, a slow rising curve against the sky. It is all soft, all indistinct, all perfectly conducive to sleep. The window is no longer a window to a world, but a screen onto which a dream of a landscape is projected. And you drift. You are drifting on the sound, floating on the motion. The small, safe space of your berth is a raft, and the night is a calm, slow-moving river. The hum of the train is the sound of the water, a constant, gentle current. The sway of the car is the rocking of your raft on the gentle waves. There is no destination in mind, only the peaceful, endless process of floating, of being carried. Your thoughts are like clouds passing in the night sky, distant and indistinct. They appear, and then they drift away, leaving only the peace of the journey. The blankets are a warm, soft weight. The pillow is a cool, soft cloud. The mattress holds you, perfectly and completely. The train moves on, its rhythm unwavering, its song a constant low hum. The darkness outside is deep and complete. The thin line of light under the door is a steady, quiet promise of a peaceful world. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. The train continues its journey through the night, carrying you along in its steady, gentle embrace. The wheels turn, the tracks unfold, and the soft, deep hum continues on and on, a lullaby for a long and peaceful drift. The journey continues, and you are carried with it, deeper and deeper into the quiet of the night. The day has long since softened into evening, and the evening has deepened now into the quiet heart of the night. There is a stillness here, a profound and ancient peace that settles into the very stones of this place. The air is cool and motionless, carrying the faintest scent of beeswax and old paper, of stone that has held the silence of centuries. You are here, in the quiet, a gentle presence in the deep hush. The work of the day is done, the turning of pages, the scratching of quills, the focused thought, all have been laid to rest. What remains is this profound and simple state of being. The body is still, resting, and the mind is invited to do the same. A single candle, or perhaps the memory of a candle, casts a soft, warm glow. It is not a light for seeing, but a light for feeling. A small, steady pool of warmth in the vast, cool darkness. The flame does not dance or flicker with any urgency. It simply is. A quiet, living point of light, breathing softly in the still air. The light touches the edge of a heavy wooden desk, making the dark rain seem to flow like water. It catches on the curve of a stone archway far down a corridor, a gentle arc of gold against a deep and endless shadow. The shadows are not empty. They are full of peace. They are soft and deep like velvet, holding the quiet of the night. They pool in the corners of the room, lie under the heavy desks, and stretch out into the long, unseen corridors. There is a comfort in their depth, a sense of being held and sheltered from the world outside. The world of noise and hurry has no place here. It cannot find its way through these thick stone walls, through these corridors of quiet. There is a sense of the cloisters, though you are not walking them, a feeling of cool, open air under a roof of stone, the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers from the central garden. A memory of moonlight on worn flagstones, a silver path leading from shadow to shadow, but there is no need to walk it. The feeling of that peace, that cool and open quiet is already here. It breathes into this space a gentle current of calm. Let your own breath be like that. A slow, quiet current, a gentle rise and fall with no effort, no thought. Each breath in is a wave of stillness. Each breath out is a letting go of the day, of its thoughts, its concerns, its sharp edges. They all soften now, dissolving into the deep and peaceful dark. There is nothing to hold on to, nothing to figure out. There is only the simple, rhythmic motion of your breathing, a quiet anchor in the stillness. A sound, or the memory of a sound, moves through the air. It is not sharp or sudden. It is a deep, resonant hum, the voice of a distant bell. It does not mark the time, for time has become fluid and unimportant here. It is simply a wave of sound, travelling through the stone, through the air, through you. It is a vibration that seems to wash through the room, clearing the air of any lingering tension. The sound arrives, holds for a long, resonant moment, and then slowly, slowly fades away, leaving the silence even deeper, even more profound than before. The quiet that follows is immense. It is a living presence. It fills the space between the floor and the high vaulted ceiling. It wraps around the solid legs of the scriptorium desks, and settles on the empty pages of books left open. It is a quiet made of 1,000 years of quiet, a quiet that has been cultivated, protected, cherished, and you are a part of it now. Your own stillness adds to the great stillness of this place. The candlelight seems to soften even more, the edges of its glow blurring into the surrounding dark. The solid shapes in the room lose their definition. The desk is no longer a sharp-cornered object, but a dark, heavy presence. The stone pillars are not distinct columns, but areas of deeper shadow, of profound stability. Everything is softening, blending. The world of distinct objects is giving way to a world of gentle impressions. A sense of weightlessness and a sense of heaviness exist together. A feeling of your body becoming heavy, sinking gently into the surface that supports you. A comfortable, welcome weight, the weight of deep relaxation. Your arms are heavy. Your legs are heavy. Your whole body is filled with a pleasant, sinking feeling, a sense of letting go, of being held completely, and at the same time a sense of the mind becoming light, unburdened. Thoughts may drift by, but they are like clouds in a vast night sky. They have no weight, no substance. You do not need to follow them or engage with them. You can simply watch them drift, appearing for a moment, and then dissolving back into the quiet darkness. They are distant, unimportant. The only thing that is real is this feeling of peace, this deep and profound rest. The air is cool on your skin, a gentle, soothing coolness that speaks of stone and night. It is a clean and simple sensation, the feeling of the air, still and calm, the feeling of the fabric against your skin, soft and smooth, the feeling of your own slow heartbeat, a quiet, steady rhythm deep within your chest, a rhythm of life, of rest, of peace. The routine of this place continues, even in sleep, a quiet, unbroken rhythm that has flowed through days and nights, through seasons and centuries. It is a routine of quiet purpose, of slow and deliberate movement. But now, in the deep night, the routine is one of stillness. The purpose is rest. The movement is only the slow, gentle fall into sleep. You are part of that routine now. You are flowing with that ancient current of rest. The candle flame, or the idea of it, sinks lower. The pool of light shrinks, the warm gold pulling back into itself, leaving more of the room to the soft, comforting dark. The shadows merge, becoming one deep, seamless ocean of quiet. There are no more edges, no more distinctions, just a vast, gentle space of peace. The distant bell sounds again, or perhaps it is just the echo of the first, still vibrating in the memory of the stone. The deep hum washes through everything once more, a wave of pure, resonant calm. It is a sound that does not ask for attention, it simply is, a part of the deep and unchanging fabric of this place. It fades, and the silence that returns is even softer, even more complete. There is nothing left to do, nothing to see, nothing to think. There's only the feeling of this moment, the feeling of sinking, the feeling of letting go, the feeling of the quiet holding you. The mind grows quiet, mirroring the stillness of the room. The body grows heavy, mirroring the weight of the ancient stones. The scriptorium fades, the desks, the ink, the pages, they dissolve into the feeling of quiet. The corridors fade, the stone arches, the long shadows, they dissolve into the feeling of stillness. The cloisters fade, the moonlight, the cool air, they dissolve into the feeling of peace. All that remains is the quiet, a deep and endless continuity of quiet, and your breath, a slow, steady rhythm within the quiet, in and out, a gentle wave of air, a gentle wave of peace. The darkness is soft and warm. The stillness is a gentle embrace. There is only this quiet, this rest, sinking down, drifting now into the deep, silent current of sleep. The quiet continues. The stillness deepens. The rest is complete. There is a sense of continuity, a quiet that does not end. It flows on through the night, a soft, unbroken river of peace. And you are flowing with it, breathing in the quiet, breathing out and letting go. Just the breath, just the quiet, just the deep, deep rest. The air is still, the dark is soft. All is well, all is quiet, all is peace. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, dry scent of old paper and stone. Here, in the deep quiet of the scriptorium, the day has long since dissolved, leaving only this pocket of soft, unwavering calm. A single candle burns on the wide, dark wood of the desk. Its flame is a small, steady tear of light, a silent companion in the immense hush of the night. The light pools on the smooth surface of the desk, catching the gentle grain of the ancient wood, worn to a soft sheen by centuries of quiet work. It illuminates a single open book, its pages the colour of heavy cream. The ink on the page is dark and settled, the lines and curves of the letters resting as if they have been there forever, and will be there forevermore. There's no need to read them. Their presence is enough. They are simply part of the stillness. Beyond this small circle of warmth and light, the scriptorium recedes into profound and gentle shadow. The high-vaulted ceiling is lost to the darkness, a vast, unseen canopy of stone. The rows of other desks are quiet sentinels in the gloom, their surfaces bare and waiting. The day's labour is done. The ink is dry in the wells. The quills are at rest. Everything is in its place, held in a state of peaceful completion. Your breath is a slow, quiet rhythm in the silence, a soft current in the still air. It rises and falls in time with the gentle, almost imperceptible sway of the candle flame. Inhale, and the flame draws itself slightly taller, a little brighter. Exhale, and it settles back into its calm, steady glow. A slow, silent dance between the breath and the light. The great stone walls of the monastery surround this space, a solid and comforting presence. You can feel their coolness, their immense weight and permanence. They have stood through countless nights just like this one, absorbing the quiet, holding the peace within them. The stone seems to breathe too, a slow, ancient respiration that is too deep to hear, but can be felt as a profound sense of stability, of being grounded and held. Outside the tall, arched windows, the world is dark. There is no moon, or perhaps it is hidden by clouds. The glass is a sheet of black, reflecting only the tiny, solitary flame of your candle, making it seem as if another quiet soul is keeping watch in the deep distance. There is no sound from the world outside. The wind is still. The night is holding its breath. The scent of beeswax from the candle is faint, a clean, sweet note in the cool air. It mingles with the scent of the stone and the old parchment, a fragrance of peaceful solitude and timeless routine. It is the smell of quiet contemplation, of hours that pass without notice, measured not by a clock, but by the slow consumption of a candle, by the turning of a single page. A deep, resonant tone sounds in the far distance, a single low chime from the bell tower. It is not a call to prayer or a marking of the hour. It is the final bell of the night, the one that signals the descent into the deepest quiet. The sound doesn't so much travel through the air as it does through the stone itself. You feel it more than you hear it, a gentle vibration that passes through the floor, up through the wood of the chair, a deep, soothing hum that settles in your bones. It resonates for a long moment, its long, slow decay seeming to pull the silence in even closer, making the quiet that follows feel deeper, softer, more complete. The echo fades, and the stillness that returns is absolute. The memory of the bell's tone lingers, a feeling of peace that spreads through you like warmth. All is well, all is quiet. The routine of the day has come to its gentle, peaceful end. Now there's only this stillness, this soft light. The corridors that lead away from the scriptorium are unseen, but you know they are there. Long, vaulted passages of stone, lit here and there by a single distant candle. They are pathways of silence, tunnels of peace, but there is no need to walk them now. All the pathways have led here, to this point of perfect rest. The journey is over. The cloister garden, too, is a quiet presence just beyond the walls, a place of cool night air and sleeping herbs, of stone walkways damp with dew. You can almost feel the coolness on the air, a hint of damp earth and green things at rest. It is a quiet, enclosed world, sleeping under the same vast, dark sky. Its peace is an extension of the peace in this room. It is all one continuous field of calm. Your attention drifts back to the small circle of light. The flame wavers, just for a moment, and the shadows at the edge of the room dance a slow, gentle waltz. They lengthen and shorten, soften and blur, before the flame becomes still once more, and the shadows settle back into their deep, soft rest. The darkness is not empty. It is full of peace, a soft, heavy blanket that muffles all thought, all concern. The wood of the desk is cool and smooth beneath your hands. You can feel the history in it, the faint indentations and marks left by others who sat in this same spot, in this same quiet on nights long past. There is a sense of connection, of being one small part of a long, unbroken chain of quietude. Time itself feels soft and blurred here. The past, the present, they all merge into one long, continuous moment of peace. There is no before, no after. There is only the gentle, quiet now. The ink on the page seems to soften in the candlelight. The sharp edges of the letters blur, becoming less like words to be read, and more like abstract patterns, like the gentle, meandering path of a stream, or the dark, leafless branches of a tree against a winter sky. They hold no meaning now, only form, a form that is pleasing and calm, asking nothing of you. The quiet deepens, layer by layer. It is the quiet of the stone, the quiet of the wood, the quiet of the sleeping garden, and the still corridors. It is the quiet of the night sky, and at the centre of it all is the quiet of your own slowing breath, rising and falling, a gentle tide within you. The candle has burned a little lower, its golden light seeming to grow warmer, more intimate as the night wears on. The pool of light on the desk has shrunk just a little, drawing the gentle darkness in a fraction closer. It feels like a cocoon, a small safe haven of warmth and light in the vast, peaceful dark. There is a weightlessness that begins to settle over you, a feeling of drifting. The solid chair, the heavy desk, the stone floor beneath, they all seem to hold you, to support you completely, so that you no longer need to hold yourself. You can let go. You can release everything into their care. They are strong enough. They are steady enough. The details of the room begin to fade, the specific shape of the arches, the texture of the stone, the grain of the wood. They all dissolve into a soft impression of the space. It becomes less a room and more a feeling of safety, a feeling of stillness, a feeling of profound and endless peace. There is only the light, the darkness, and the quiet. The light is a soft, warm glow. The darkness is a gentle, cool embrace. The quiet is a deep, soft cushion for the mind to rest upon. Your breath continues its slow, easy rhythm, a soft, effortless tide, in and out. The air you breathe is cool and clean, and the breath you release is warm and soft. Each breath carries away a little more of the day, a little more thought, leaving behind only a simple, quiet awareness. The distant bell is a memory now, a faint hum that you can still feel in the center of your chest, a gentle rhythmic pulse that matches the slow beat of your own heart, a rhythm of deep, abiding peace. The candle flame sways, a slow and hypnotic motion. It is a tiny point of focus in the vast quiet, but even it begins to blur. The light softens, its edges diffusing into the surrounding dark. It is no longer a distinct flame, but a gentle aura of warmth, a presence of light without a source. The stone is cool, the wood is smooth, the air is still. Everything is as it should be. Everything is at rest. The boundary between the room and the world outside dissolves. The quiet of the scriptorium merges with the quiet of the cloisters, the corridors, the sleeping earth, the vast silent sky. It is all one quiet, one peace. There is no need to think, no need to do. There is only the need to be here in this stillness, to float in this deep, calm ocean of quiet. The darkness is soft and welcoming. The light is a distant, gentle warmth. Your breathing is the only anchor, a slow, steady rhythm in the timeless dark, a soft wave that rises and falls, carrying you further and further away from the shore of wakefulness. Drifting now, in the quiet, in the stillness, the soft light fades into the soft darkness. The stone and the wood and the paper all dissolve into the same gentle texture of the night. There is only the quiet and the slow, easy rhythm of your breath, rising and falling, softly, gently, in the deep, peaceful dark. The train moves through the deep of the night, a steady and unending presence in the quiet dark. A gentle, heavy sway rocks the small cabin from side to side, a rhythm that has no beginning and no end. It is a constant, soothing motion, a cradle on a track of steel. Below, the wheels turn and turn, singing their low, metallic song to the rails. It is a sound you feel as much as you hear, a steady vibration that travels up through the floor, through the frame of the sleeper berth, and into the mattress. It is a constant, humming reassurance that you are moving, gliding onward through the sleeping world. The darkness inside the cabin is soft and complete, a comforting weight. The only light comes from a thin, pale line beneath the door, a sliver of the dim corridor light that spills into your small private space. It is just enough to trace the edge of the floor, a quiet, unassuming glow that does nothing to disturb the deep shadows. It is a reminder of the long, quiet hallway just outside, of the other sleeping cars all linked together, all swaying in this same gentle rhythm, all moving as one through the night. You are settled deep in the berth, under the weight of a heavy blanket. The sheets are cool and smooth against your skin, and the pillow is soft beneath your head. With every slow rock of the train, the blanket shifts slightly, a gentle pressure that rises and falls with the motion. The air is still and cool. There is nothing to do but lie here and feel the steady, endless journey. The train takes care of everything else. It follows the path of the rails, a path laid out long ago, a path it knows by heart. The sound of the wheels on the track is a constant companion. It is a low, rushing sound, like a river of steel. It is a rhythmic pulse, a steady beat that becomes the heartbeat of the night. Click-clack, click-clack, a gentle percussion over the deeper hum of the engine and the rails. This is the sound of distance being crossed, of landscapes passing by unseen in the dark. It is the only sound that matters, a sound that fills the space and pushes all other thoughts away. It is a simple, honest sound, the sound of movement and purpose. The train sways to the left, a slow and gentle lean, and then it sways back to the right. Your body moves with it, effortlessly. It is a dance you are doing with the train, a slow waltz through the darkness. This motion has been going on for hours, and it will continue for hours more. It has become a part of you, this gentle rocking. It loosens the muscles and calms the mind. There is no need to hold on, no need to resist. You can simply let go and be carried, rocked gently in this moving room. Outside the window, the world is a blur of deep indigo and black. Now and then, a point of light appears in the distance, a lonely farmhouse lamp burning in the vast emptiness. It shines for a moment, a tiny spark, and then it is gone, swept behind as the train glides onward. You do not know whose light it was, or what story it tells. It is just a fleeting part of the scenery, a momentary flicker in the great dark canvas of the night. The window reflects a faint, ghostly image of the cabin's interior, a dim shape of the berth and the blankets, superimposed over the passing darkness. You are here, and the world is out there, and the train is the gentle space in between. The hum of the rails continues, a deep and resonant tone. It vibrates through the pillow, a gentle thrumming close to your ear. It is a soothing, monotonous song, a lullaby for a long journey. It never changes in pitch or intensity. It is simply there, a foundation of sound upon which the night is built. You can let your breathing sink with it, a slow inhale as the train sways one way, a slow exhale as it sways back. The sound and the motion are woven together, inseparable. One creates the other, an endless loop of cause and effect that carries you further and further from where you began. The sliver of light under the door remains, a constant pale line. It is a quiet anchor in the darkness of the cabin. It does not flicker or change. It is just there, a silent witness to your journey. It speaks of the quiet, carpeted corridor outside, where the dim lights burn all night long, illuminating the narrow passage. It speaks of the self-contained world of the train, a world that is whole and complete, moving through another, larger world that is fast asleep. And then, in the distance, a new kind of light begins to bloom. It is not a single point, but a soft, spreading glow. A distant station approaching. The train does not slow, it continues its steady pace, but the landscape outside the window changes. The deep black gives way to a soft grey illuminated by the far-off lights. The glow becomes brighter, resolving into individual lamps on a long, empty platform. For a moment, the station is right there, beside the train, a silent, waiting place under a handful of warm yellow lights. There is no one there. It is a station in the middle of the night, a place of transit and waiting, caught in a moment of perfect stillness. The train glides past it, the lights of the platform sweeping across your window, casting fleeting, moving shadows into the cabin. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, it is gone. The lights recede, shrinking back into a soft glow, and then disappearing entirely, leaving you once again in the deep, familiar dark. The train continues on. The brief passage through the station has not changed its rhythm. The wheels still turn with the same steady beat. The cabin still sways with the same gentle rocking motion. The hum of the rails is just as it was before, a low and constant song. It was just a moment, a silent scene observed from your moving sanctuary. Now there is only the darkness again, and the feeling of being carried forward. The weight of the blanket is a comfort, a secure and gentle pressure. It is warm and soft, a cocoon in the cool air of the cabin. You can feel the texture of the fabric, the slight rise and fall with each breath. It is your small island of warmth and stillness in a world of motion. The train moves, but you are still. The world outside passes by, but you are here in this one place, this one moment, held securely in the berth. The sound of the rails seems to deepen, to become even more a part of the silence. It is the texture of the quiet, the colour of the dark. Click, clack, click, clack, over the steady, low hum. It is a sound you could listen to forever, a sound that asks nothing of you. It simply is. It is the sound of the journey itself, the endless unfolding of the track ahead. You are on your way, and the way is long and peaceful. The train leans into a long, slow curve. The sway changes slightly, becoming a more prolonged, gentle lean to one side. The sound of the wheels changes too, a slightly higher pitch as they press against the inside of the rail. You can feel the subtle shift in gravity, the gentle pull. The whole length of the train is following this curve, a great dark serpent winding its way through the unseen hills and valleys. The motion is smooth, fluid, and deeply calming. Then the curve straightens out, and the familiar even sway from side to side returns, the rhythm restored, as if it had never been interrupted. The darkness outside the window is absolute once more. There are no farmhouses, no distant towns, just the deep starless black of a country night. The window is a dark mirror, reflecting only the faintest shapes within the cabin. It is like looking into a deep, calm pool of water. The world has been erased, and there is only the train, this self-contained vessel, gliding through a void. It is a peaceful feeling, this isolation, to be disconnected from everything, except for the track beneath and the journey ahead. The dim light from the corridor is still there, a faithful thin line of pale gold. It is the only landmark in the soft blackness of the cabin. It is a quiet promise that the world of the train is still awake, in its own sleepy way. The engine is still pulling, the conductor is still watching, the systems are all still running. Everything is as it should be. Everything is taken care of. You can rest. You can drift. The hum of the rails is a constant vibration, a physical presence. It is in the floor, in the walls, in the pillow. It is a gentle, continuous massage for the whole body. It is a sound that bypasses the ears and speaks directly to the bones. It says, "We are moving, we are steady, we are safe." It is a message that repeats and repeats, lulling you into a state of deep tranquility. There is no need to think, no need to plan. The train is doing all the work. Another distant station approaches, another soft bloom of light on the horizon. It grows slowly, a gentle wash of amber and gold against the dark sky. The train glides toward it, its rhythm unchanged. The lights become clearer, defining the shape of a platform, a small building, a signal post. The train passes through this island of light, a silent observer. The platform is empty, waiting. The windows of the station house are dark. It is another place that is sleeping, another part of the world at rest. The light sweeps through your cabin, a silent wave, and then it is gone. The darkness returns and the train moves on, leaving the quiet station behind to continue its lonely vigil in the night. The journey continues. The motion is the same. The sound is the same. The gentle rocking, the steady hum, the soft darkness. It is a predictable, circular world. The sway to the left, the sway to the right, the rush of the wheels, the click-clack on the rails, the weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow. It all repeats over and over, a gentle, unending cycle. It is a world designed for rest, a space created for drifting. The train is a long, dark shape, moving through a long, dark night. It is a steady breath, inhaling and exhaling across the land. Inside, in your small, warm cabin, you are a part of this breath, a part of this motion. You are being carried along effortlessly toward a destination that does not matter right now. All that matters is the journey itself, this slow, peaceful glide through the quiet hours. The hum of the rails is the only story, the sway of the car is the only event, and it goes on, and on, into the deep and restful dark. The wheels turn, the track unfolds, and the gentle rocking continues, steady and slow, carrying you on. The night has settled over the coastal town. A deep and gentle quiet fills the air. The only movement is the slow, steady rhythm of the tide. The harbour is still. The water is dark and calm, reflecting the soft glow of the harbour lanterns. Each lantern casts a pool of warm, golden light. The light shimmers on the surface of the water, a gentle and wavering reflection. The air is cool and carries the clean scent of salt. A slow breeze drifts up from the water, moving through the quiet lanes of the town. It is the scent of the deep sea, of salt and stone and distance, the lanes. The light is soft and low, filtering down through a high canopy of pine. It dapples the forest floor in shifting patterns of pale gold and deep, quiet shadow. Each step forward is cushioned and silent, pressing into a thick carpet of fallen pine needles that have softened over years. The ground is uneven but forgiving, a gentle terrain of rises and dips. A foot sinks slightly, finding the springy, living layer of moss that grows in thick patches between the roots of the trees. The moss is a deep and vibrant green, cool to the touch, holding the dampness of the forest close to the earth. The air is still and carries the clean, sharp scent of pine resin, mixed with the rich, dark smell of soil and decaying leaves. It is a clean smell, ancient and peaceful. High above, the branches of the tall pines sway in a breeze that does not reach the forest floor. The movement is slow, a gentle rocking, and the sound is a long, low whisper, a sigh that rises and falls with the moving air. It is a sound that has no beginning and no end, a constant breath within the woods. Occasionally a single pine needle detaches and spirals slowly downward, turning in the dimming light before coming to rest on the already thick blanket below. The trunks of the trees are immense, their bark a rough, layered texture of deep browns and greys. Here and there beads of amber resin have oozed from the bark, catching the last of the light like tiny, solid jewels. The path is not a clear one, but a way forward that is felt more than seen, a natural corridor through the dense woods. It winds around the broad bases of the pines over the smooth, exposed roots that snake across the ground like sleeping serpents. The shadows lengthen, the gold of the light fading into a soft, dusky grey. The forest grows quieter. The last call of a distant bird echoes once, then fades, leaving only the sound of the wind in the high branches. The air grows cooler on the skin, a refreshing coolness that speaks of coming night. A new sound begins to emerge, weaving itself into the whisper of the pines. It is a low, liquid murmur, the sound of moving water. The sound grows clearer with each step, a gentle, constant burbling. The path slopes downward, and through a break in the trees the creek appears. It is not wide, a narrow ribbon of water moving with unhurried grace. The water is clear, so clear that every smooth, rounded stone on its bed is visible. Small grey stones, dark, mossy stones, and a few pale quartz stones glimmer under the surface. The water flows around them, creating small, swirling eddies and V-shaped wakes that trail behind the larger rocks. The surface of the creek reflects the darkening sky and the dark silhouettes of the pines that line its banks. The reflection is distorted by the water's gentle but constant motion, the sky and trees seeming to ripple and flow downstream. The sound is a collection of smaller sounds, the soft gurgle as water pours over a stone, the quiet splash as it falls a few inches into a deeper pool, the steady, shushing sound of the current itself. The air is cooler here, right beside the water. A hand can be dipped into the creek, the water shockingly cold but clean, flowing over the skin with a silken pressure. On the banks, the moss is even thicker, a lush, deep-piled velvet that thrives in the damp air. It clings to the stones at the water's edge and creeps up the trunks of the nearest trees. Ferns grow in dense clusters, their delicate fronds unfurled in the low light. The smell of damp earth and wet stone is stronger here, mingling with the ever-present scent of pine. The creek continues its journey, its gentle music a constant in the quiet woods, flowing from somewhere unseen and heading toward a place unknown. A short distance from the creek, nestled in a small clearing, is a sheltered wooden lodge. It is low and simple, built from dark timber that blends with the surrounding forest. It seems to have grown from the earth, a part of the landscape. A few wide wooden steps lead up to a small covered porch. The floorboards of the porch are smooth and worn, cool underfoot. They creak softly, a low wooden sound that is absorbed by the immense quiet of the forest. The lodge is dark, its windows like deep, still pools. A hand rests on the cold iron latch of the door. The metal is heavy and smooth. A thumb presses down, and there is a dull, solid click as the mechanism releases. The door swings inward on silent, well-oiled hinges, opening into the deep shadow of the interior. The air inside is still and dry, carrying the faint, pleasant scent of cedar and old wood. It is a different world from the one outside. The sounds of the forest, the creek, and the wind are immediately softer, muffled by the thick wooden walls. For a moment, the only sound is the faint echo of the door's movement, a soft whoosh of displaced air. The door swings shut with a quiet thud, the latch clicking back into place. The darkness inside is almost total, but a faint grey light filters through a square window on the far wall. As the eyes adjust, shapes begin to form out of the gloom. A simple wooden table and a single chair stand in the centre of the room. Against one wall, a low bed is covered with a thick, dark quilt. The floor is made of wide wooden planks, smooth and cool. In one corner stands a small black iron stove, its pipe rising straight up toward the ceiling. A match is struck. Its head flares with a brief, bright hiss, a tiny sun that casts flickering, dancing shadows across the room. The small flame is touched to the wick of a lantern sitting on the table. The wick catches, sputtering for a moment before settling into a small, steady point of light. A glass chimney is carefully placed over the flame, and the light softens, spreading through the room in a warm, golden circle. The light does not reach the corners of the room, leaving them in soft, deep shadow, but it illuminates the table, the chair, and the grain of the wooden floorboards. Another match is struck. It is held to a small piece of kindling inside the open door of the iron stove. The wood catches slowly, a tiny orange flame licking at its edges. More kindling is added, small sticks that crackle softly as they begin to burn. The flame grows stronger, brighter, its light flickering against the inside of the stove. The small iron door is closed, and the sound is a soft metallic click. A small vent is opened, and the fire begins to draw, the crackling growing a little louder, a little more confident. A deep warmth begins to radiate from the stove, a gentle penetrating heat that slowly pushes back the coolness of the room. The light from the lantern is steady, a calm, unwavering glow. Outside the window, the last of the twilight has faded, and the forest is now a wall of impenetrable black. The window pane reflects the warm interior, the lantern flame a bright star in the glass. The sounds of the outside world are muted and distant. The murmur of the creek is a low, bass hum, a vibration felt as much as heard. The wind in the pines is a far-off whisper. The warmth from the stove spreads through the room, filling the space with a comfortable heat. The air is still and peaceful. The only sounds are the soft, rhythmic crackle of the fire in the stove and the deep, steady murmur of the creek outside. A heavy blanket is pulled back on the bed. The fabric is soft and weighty. The quilt is thick, its surface a pattern of stitched squares. The warmth in the room is a gentle embrace, a feeling of complete shelter from the vast, dark forest outside. The lantern light paints the wooden walls in shades of honey and gold. The fire crackles on, a steady, living presence in the quiet room. The creek continues its endless song, a lullaby for the sleeping woods. The lodge is a small island of warmth and light, held safe in the deep, silent heart of the forest. The fire burns, the creek flows, the pines whisper in the darkness. The air is still and cool, holding the deep, earthy scent of the forest. Here, inside the sheltered wooden lodge, the world outside softens. The day has been released, left to dissolve among the trees, and all that remains is this quiet space, this gentle dark. The only sound for a time is the slow, even rhythm of your own breath, rising and falling, a quiet tide within the stillness. Soon another sound makes itself known. It has been there all along, a low, constant murmur from the gentle creek that winds its way through the woods. It is not a sharp or demanding sound, but a soft, continuous flow, like a long, whispered story with no beginning and no end. It is the sound of water moving over smooth stones, of small currents swirling around fallen leaves, a sound that has been shaped by the land for countless seasons. It flows without effort, without hurry, a liquid lullaby that washes through the quiet air. The scent of pines is here too. It is a clean, resinous fragrance that seems to rise from the very wood of the lodge, as if the trees that form these walls still remember the forest they came from. It mingles with the scent of cool night air and the faint, damp perfume of moss growing in the shaded places. It is a scent of deep peace, of ancient life, a fragrance that speaks of roots and sky, and the slow, patient turning of the world. There is a feeling of immense safety in this place. The solid wood of the lodge is a warm, steady presence around you. The roof above is a dark, unseen shield, and the floor beneath is a firm foundation. You can feel the weight of your body sinking, letting go into the soft surfaces that hold you. Each point of contact is a small anchor, grounding you in this moment of profound rest. The weight in your shoulders, your arms, your legs, all of it is free to release, to be held completely. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this being, this resting, this slow, gentle unwinding. The murmur of the creek continues its endless song. It is a sound that cleanses the mind, washing away the sharp edges of thought and memory. Imagine the water, clear and cool, flowing over a bed of soft, dark earth and smooth grey stones. It carries with it tiny flecks of mica that might glitter in the moonlight, but here, in the deep dark, they are just part of the river's quiet passage. The water moves and moves, and as you listen, the distinction between the sound and the silence begins to blur. The sound of the water becomes the shape of the quiet, filling it, giving it texture and depth. It is the pulse of the forest, a slow, steady heartbeat that you can feel in the air. The darkness behind your eyes is a soft, welcoming space. It is not an empty darkness, but one filled with the phantom presence of the forest. It is the deep, velvety dark that lives under the thick canopy of the pines, the profound shadow that pools on the soft forest floor. It is a darkness that is alive with the scent of damp earth and the silent, patient growth of moss. Think of the moss, a living blanket over the ground and the fallen logs. It is a creature of stillness and shade. It holds the moisture of the rain and the dew, a soft green cushion that absorbs sound. The quiet of the forest is in large part the quiet of the moss, a deep, absorbent silence that swallows footsteps and softens every echo. That same quality of quiet seems to be here in the room, a softness in the air that muffles the world, that wraps around you like the moss itself, cool and comforting. Your breath continues its easy rhythm, a quiet companion to the sound of the creek. Inhale, and the cool pine-scented air fills you. Exhale, and you release a little more weight, a little more tension, sinking deeper into rest. The breath and the creek seem to find a shared rhythm, one rising and falling, the other flowing and flowing, both part of the same endless, peaceful cycle. There is no effort in this breathing. It happens on its own, a natural process, as simple and as constant as the water finding its way downhill. The solid form of the lodge begins to feel less distinct. The walls are no longer just barriers, but membranes through which the essence of the forest can pass. The sound of the water is not just outside, but inside, flowing through the room. The scent of the pines is not just a fragrance, but a quality of the air you breathe, a part of you. The boundary between the shelter and the wilderness softens, dissolves. You are in the lodge, and the lodge is in the forest, and the forest is in this quiet, dark space of rest. Everything is connected, part of one vast, sleeping whole. The soft forest floor, a deep carpet of fallen needles and rich earth, seems to extend its comfort all the way here. It is a feeling more than an image, a sense of being held by something ancient and profoundly gentle. It is the feeling of the earth itself, patient and still, holding the roots of the great pines, cradling the creek in its banks, offering a bed for all things to rest upon. This feeling of being held by the earth is beneath you now, a deep and unwavering support. You can let go completely, trusting in this foundation. There is no need to hold on. The forest floor is there, the lodge is there, the quiet is there, holding you. Time itself has softened. There is no before, no after. There is only the continuous flow of this moment, the endless murmur of the water, the constant presence of the pine-scented air. The mind, which so often jumps from past to future, can rest here in this unending now. Thoughts may arise, but they are like leaves floating on the surface of the creek, appearing for a moment before being carried gently away by the current. They do not need to be followed or examined. They are simply part of the flow, drifting by, leaving the surface of the water clear and calm again. The feeling of the body continues to dissolve. It is less a collection of limbs and muscles and more a simple sensation of weight and warmth, a gentle heaviness that is deeply pleasant, a warmth that pools in the centre of your being and spreads slowly outwards. This warmth is like the captured sunlight held within the wood of the lodge, a gentle, radiant energy that soothes and calms. It is a warmth that belongs here, a natural part of this deep, quiet peace. The sound of the creek is now just a texture in the silence. It is a low vibration, a gentle hum that you feel as much as you hear. It is the sound of deep rest. The details of the water, the stones, the banks have all faded away, leaving only the pure, essential sound of flow, a constant, soothing presence that asks for nothing. It is simply there, a backdrop for your own descent into sleep. The scent of the pines and the moss is now just the quality of the air. It is the breath of the forest, and it has become your breath. You breathe in the deep, ancient quiet. You breathe out, and you become part of that quiet. The separation between you and the forest, between inside and outside, continues to fade into a single, unified experience of peace. The darkness is no longer just behind the eyes, but everywhere. It is a soft, heavy blanket, a deep, calm ocean, and you are sinking into it, slowly, gently, without resistance, sinking through layers of quiet, through layers of stillness. Each breath is a small, gentle push, downwards, deeper into the comfort, deeper into the peace. The feeling of the lodge, the creek, the pines, the moss, the soft forest floor. They are no longer separate things to be named. They have merged into a single feeling, a single state of being. It is a state of sheltered quiet, of gentle flow, of deep, earthy rest. It is a feeling of being completely at home, completely safe, completely at peace. There is only the soft weight of the body, the gentle rhythm of the breath, and the low, constant murmur that fills the silence. Everything is slow. Everything is soft. Drifting now on a slow current of quiet. The mind is still, the body is heavy, and the world has been reduced to these simple, soothing sensations. The sound of water, flowing, the feeling of warmth, spreading, the sense of weight, sinking, the presence of darkness, comforting, drifting down, sinking deep. The quiet of the forest is all around, and all within. A soft, endless murmur, a deep, peaceful dark, resting now, just resting. The flow continues, and the quiet deepens, and deepens, softly, quietly, sinking, drifting, sleep. The evening air grows cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of the sea. Each breath is tinged with salt, a taste of the deep, dark water that is never far away. Footsteps fall softly on a narrow lane paved with stones worn smooth by time and tide. The lane curves gently, following the contours of the low hill, lined on one side by the stone walls of quiet gardens and on the other by a low parapet overlooking the harbour below. The last light of day has faded from the sky, leaving a deep, velvety blue that deepens to black at the horizon. There is no moon yet, but the first stars are beginning to appear, small, sharp points of silver in the vastness above. Down in the harbour, the lanterns have been lit. They cast a warm, steady glow, each one a small sun hanging in the deepening twilight. Their light shimmers on the surface of the water, creating long, wavering paths of gold that shift and sway with the gentle movement of the tide. The water itself is a dark mirror, reflecting the lights and the dark, solid shapes of the fishing boats moored for the night. The boats rock slowly, rhythmically, their masts tracing slow, lazy arcs against the sky. The motion is so slight, so constant, that it feels like the whole town is breathing with the sea. The air is filled with the sounds of the water, a low, constant sigh as the tide breathes in and out, a gentle lapping of small waves against the granite blocks of the seawall. This is the town's heartbeat, the steady, unending rhythm of the tide. It is a sound that underlies everything, a deep and soothing hum that sinks into the stones and the wood and the very air itself. Far out, almost too faint to be certain, a lone gull calls, its cry not sharp or demanding, but a long, echoing note that dissolves into the quiet. It is the sound of a creature settling for the night, a final word before sleep. The lane continues its winding path, moving away from the direct view of the harbour. The glow of the lanterns is now softer, diffused by the corners of buildings and the leaves of hardy, wind-sculpted trees. The salt air remains, a constant presence. Here the lane is quieter still. The sound of the tide is more muffled, a distant whisper. The path leads to a small wooden door, painted a dark sea green, set into a whitewashed stone wall. A single small window is dark beside it. The air is still here, sheltered from the direct breeze off the water. A hand reaches out, the fingers brushing against the cool, slightly rough texture of the painted wood. The cool, heavy weight of an old iron key settles into a palm. It finds the keyhole, a dark shape in the darker door. The key slides in with a faint metallic scrape. It turns in the lock with a low, solid and satisfying clunk. The mechanism inside the old lock shifts with a well-oiled certainty. The door swings inward on a quiet hinge, revealing a simple, dark space within. A step is taken across the threshold, from the cool night air into the still, quiet air of the room. The door closes with a soft click, muffling the sounds of the world outside. For a moment, the only sound is the faint echo of the latch settling into place. The air inside is different. It is cool, but without the dampness of the sea breeze. It smells of old, dry wood, a faint hint of beeswax, and the clean, crisp scent of laundered linen. A heavy bag is lowered to the floor, its canvas bottom making a soft, solid thud on the wide wooden floorboards. The sound is absorbed by the quiet of the room. Across the small space, a bed stands against the far wall. It is made of a dark, sturdy wood, its headboard simple and unadorned. A thick quilt, stitched in patterns of faded blues and creams, is folded neatly at its foot. Beside the bed, a small wooden table holds a ceramic lamp and a book. The floorboards are smooth and cool underfoot as steps are taken toward the small window. The wooden latch is simple, a small lever that lifts with a gentle nudge. The window swings open, letting the night back in. The scent of salt air drifts into the room once more, fresh and clean, and with it, the sound of the tide returns, no longer muffled, but a clear and constant whisper. The rhythmic wash of water on the shore, a sound that has gone on for centuries and will go on for centuries more. It is a sound to set a clock by, to breathe with. The distant, gentle clinking of a rope against a mast carries from the harbour, a tiny, random bell in the vast quiet. A match is struck. Its sharp, sulphurous scent is a brief punctuation in the air before it settles into a steady, bright flame. The small flame touches the wick of the lamp. The wick catches, sputters for a second, and then grows into a warm, golden glow. The light pushes back the shadows, filling the room with a soft, gentle radiance. The flame is steady, unwavering in the still air of the room. It casts a warm light on the wooden walls, on the simple furniture, on the folded quilt. The shadows it creates are soft and deep, swaying gently whenever a stray draught finds its way through the open window. The heavy clothes of the day are shed, the fabric rustling softly in the quiet. They are folded and placed over the back of a wooden chair. The movements are slow, unhurried, part of a simple and peaceful routine. The cool air from the window touches the skin, a refreshing sensation. The clean, smooth cotton of nightclothes feels soft and light. The world outside the window continues its slow, nocturnal rhythm, indifferent and peaceful. The harbour lanterns continue to burn, their light unseen from here, but their presence felt. The covers on the bed are turned down. The top sheet is cool and smooth to the touch, smelling faintly of sunshine and sea air. The mattress gives a soft sigh as it takes a weight, the old springs compressing with a quiet, musical groan. The quilt is drawn up, its weight a comforting presence, a gentle pressure that soothes and grounds. Lying in the bed, the room looks different, softer. The ceiling is a plane of warm, shadowed wood. The light from the lamp on the bedside table makes the whole room a small, safe haven of warmth. A hand reaches out and turns the small knob on the lamp. The flame shrinks, sputters once, and is gone. The room plunges into a soft, deep darkness. The darkness is not absolute. After a moment, the eyes adjust, and the faint silvery light of the stars and the distant ambient glow from the town filters through the open window. It is just enough light to make out the dark shape of the window frame against the slightly less dark sky. With the light gone, the other senses sharpen. The feeling of the cool sheet against the skin, the gentle weight of the quilt, the clean scent of the linen, mixed with the fresh, salty air from outside, and most of all, the sound. The world is reduced to a symphony of gentle, repeating noises. The primary sound is the tide, the slow, rhythmic sweep of water up the sand and stones of the shore, and the long, drawn-out sigh as it recedes, in and out, a slow, deep breath. Layered over this is the occasional, almost subliminal creak of an old boat shifting at its mooring, or the faint, high clink of metal on metal from the harbour. A distant gull might cry out in its sleep, a brief muffled sound that is quickly reabsorbed by the night. The house itself settles, a floorboard creaking somewhere, the old wood adjusting to the cool of the night. The gentle breeze continues to drift through the window, a soft current of air that stirs the stillness. There is nothing to do but listen to the rhythm of the tide, to feel the gentle air, to sink into the deep, soft quiet of the coastal night. The tide continues its slow, patient work, washing the shore again and again as the town sleeps. The train moves through the dark, a steady, constant motion that rocks the small cabin in a gentle, predictable rhythm. Here in the sleeper berth, the world outside is reduced to a soft hum and a deep, resonant vibration that travels up from the tracks, through the body of the train, and into the mattress. It is a sound that has become a part of the quiet, a constant companion on this journey through the night. The blankets are soft and heavy, a comforting weight that settles around you. The air in the berth is still and cool. With every slow breath you can feel the gentle rise and fall of your own chest, a rhythm that finds its counterpart in the steady sway of the train car. A slow side-to-side rock, a cradle moving through the darkness. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be but here, carried along by the immense and steady purpose of the train. Under the door to the corridor, a thin line of light glows, a dim golden light that does not intrude but simply reminds you of the quiet length of the train, of other sleeper berths, of the long, silent corridor that stretches out in the dimness. It is a soft and distant light, a quiet anchor in the dark of your cabin. It stays there, unwavering, a silent testament to the peaceful passage of the night. The low hum of the wheels on the rails is the only real sound. It is a sound you can feel as much as you can hear. It is the sound of distance being covered, of the journey unfolding while you rest. It is a deep and soothing tone, a constant thrum that fills the space, smoothing over the edges of thought. It asks for nothing. It simply is. A foundation of sound for the quiet of the night. Outside the window, the world is a blur of deep blues and blacks. Now and then, a point of light appears in the distance, a solitary farmhouse or a lonely street lamp, and then it is gone, swept away into the darkness behind. The glass is cool to the touch, a contrast to the warmth beneath the blankets. The motion of the train turns the landscape into a soft, flowing river of shadow. You can feel the gentle vibration in the pillow as you rest your head. It is a subtle, rhythmic pulse, the heartbeat of the train. It is a reminder of the powerful, quiet work being done, pulling you onward through the sleeping countryside. You are safe inside, sheltered from the vastness of the night, enclosed in this small, warm space. The journey continues. Whether you are awake or asleep, the train takes care of everything. The rhythm of the rails is a constant lullaby, a steady beat, a repeating pattern of sound and motion. It is easy to let your breathing sink with it, a slow inhale as the car sways one way, a long, slow exhale as it sways back, in and out, a simple, easy rhythm, the rhythm of rest, the rhythm of the journey. The train breathes, and you breathe with it. Far ahead, a soft glow begins to build on the horizon, a small cluster of lights. It is a distant station, a town sleeping by the tracks. The train does not slow. Its pace remains steady, its hum unwavering. The lights grow brighter, resolving into the soft yellow squares of windows and the gentle pools of light cast by platform lamps. They drift past the window, silent and serene, a fleeting glimpse of a sleeping world. And then, just as slowly as they appeared, they begin to recede, the cluster of light shrinking, dimming, until it is once again just a faint glow against the dark, and then nothing at all. The journey continues on, uninterrupted. The darkness returns to the window, deep and complete. The only light is the thin golden line beneath the door. The only sound is the deep, resonant hum of the rails. The only motion is the gentle, rhythmic sway. Everything is simple. Everything is calm. The weight of the blankets is a comfort, a gentle pressure that encourages stillness. The softness of the pillow cradles your head. There is a deep peace in this movement, a sense of being held and transported, of letting go of all effort and allowing yourself to be carried. The train is a constant, a reliable presence in the night. Its strength is a comfort. Its rhythm is a solace. It moves with a purpose that requires nothing from you. You are simply a passenger, at rest, moving through the quiet hours toward the dawn. Another distant glow appears. Another sleeping town. Another station passed in the night. The lights drift by the window, a silent parade. They paint fleeting, soft-edged shapes on the walls of the berth before sliding away, leaving the cabin in its familiar, comfortable darkness. Each passing station is a milestone in the night, a quiet marker of the distance travelled while you rest. They fade back into the darkness, and the train continues its steady song. The hum of the rails is a constant presence. It fills the quiet, a sound that is both powerful and gentle. It is the sound of the journey itself. It is always there, a low and steady vibration, a soothing deep note that never changes. It is the sound of the night. The gentle rocking continues, a slow and easy sway, back and forth, a rhythm that soothes, a motion that lulls. It is easy to sink into this rhythm, to let it carry you, deeper and deeper into rest. The motion is constant. The motion is calm. The sliver of light from the corridor is a soft, warm gold. It is a quiet, steady line in the darkness. It does not change. It is simply there. A dim light in the quiet car. A soft glow. The blankets are warm and heavy. A comforting weight. A feeling of being held, secure and still. The mattress is soft, receiving your weight. Sinking down into softness, into rest. The train hums, a low, deep sound, a steady vibration. It is the sound of the rails, the sound of the night, a constant, soothing hum. The train sways, a gentle rock, side to side, a slow, easy rhythm, a cradle in the dark, a motion that calms. Distant lights pass by, soft and blurred, fading into the dark. The world outside is soft, the world outside is sleeping. The hum continues, the sway is gentle, the light is dim, the blankets are warm, everything is quiet, everything is slow. The hum of the rails, a deep, steady sound. The sway of the car, a gentle, slow rock, warmth, stillness, the hum, the sway, soft, steady, rest. Now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.